Alright everyone, hello. Well, it doesn't seem like many people are here yet, but that's fine. That's fine. We're just gonna be starting off with dailies anyway, so that'll give plenty of time for people to show up. Also, Fragilitis, thank you for the follow if you're watching this. If not, I'll just thank you when you show up. And same goes to Chaos Izanagi for following. Thank you. Okay, so I don't really use Amber, but I've got her out front right now. Because
What are my orders?
I got C1 Amber off stream yesterday, and she's my backup if I don't succeed in pulling for Yoimiya. Yoimiya. That name's kinda hard to say. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna turn the game volume up a bit. I heard it was a bit too soft. Hopefully this doesn't cause any problems for me. Okay, there, just a little bit. That should help. Ellie, hello Ellie, thank you. Thank you for showing up today. How have you been? I hope you're doing well. Let's have a picnic together. Oh, it's Amber's birthday. Wow, did not realize that. Well, for her birthday present, we're gonna be building her up if we don't get Yoimiya. How are you? I am doing just wonderful. Just fantastic. I hope you're doing as well as I am. Oh, the version. Oh yes, Sayu is also coming out on the Yoimiya banner, so we're probably gonna get her too. Events. Let's see. Oh gosh, this thing. I hate this thing. It's so annoying to fight. So yeah, let's go to the wishes, look at those. Yep, 1 hour 49 minutes left until the banner changes. Okay, I think the next banner has Yoimiya as the 5-star. Then it has Sayu as a 4-star along with Xinyan and Diona? I think it's Diona. Yeah, it's Diona. Okay, Battle Pass. Get some points for logging in. And now we go to commissions. Because commissions are just... well, they're actually pretty tedious, but we do get primo gems and stuff from them, so that's nice. So, yep, just gonna go over here and do that. Oh, right. Whenever I fast travel here, I always pick the mint on my pick up everything impulse. But then there's this whopper flower that always shows up. Luckily it's a pyro whopper flower, So I can kill it pretty easily with Ganyu. The cryo whopper flowers are a bit harder because they resist cryo.
We're way behind schedule.
Also, you need like pyro or electro to break their shields if they go into the shielded state, and I currently do not have a pyro character in my lineup. I'm gonna switch real fast and fix that.
To meet outside the office.
Okay, now I have a pyro character in case I need one. Actually, I should have stuck with Barbara for this fight, because Barbara can break the pyro shields a lot more easily than Ganyu can. Okay. Stop that! Ow. What? No, no, you're supposed to get hit by the arrow. I promise I'm not trash at this game. Oh, and then there's this last one over there. Being an annoying frick.
Next on the agenda.
But it's okay. So, now we'll be... Oh, right. Yanfei's passive will make leeway specialties appear on the mini-map as the little hand symbol.
Next on the agenda.
So... like this little core lapis thing is a leeway specialty. Well, I've got plenty of core lapis already, so I don't really need to pick it up, but... as I already mentioned, I do feel compelled to just pick everything up regardless. And luckily for me, Genshin is a game that just is really good for people like me who just pick up everything all the time. Okay, don't see any more shinies around, so next commission. Alright, just need to go right over here. Currently doing too much stuff at the same time, but don't worry. Even if I don't type much, I am still here. Alright, thanks for being here. Like, even just as a lurker or a semi-lurker. Like, knowing you're here does make me feel a lot better.
More speed.
Cause you're cool. You're the coolest crustacean I know. Yep.
No touching.
Oh gosh. Yep. No. No. Okay. 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 We're gaming. Oh, ow. No. Bad. Bad. Ow! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm still super OP. There, everything's fine.
This is long overdue.
I did not mean to push that button. The pick up stuff button and the elemental burst button are right next to each other, so... sometimes Cowbrain goes zoom zoom and I push the wrong one. So sometimes I push the wrong one even when I'm not trying to pick stuff up. Like, I've played a lot of video games with lots of different control schemes, so sometimes I get them mixed up. Oh gosh, like especially when I'm playing Skyrim. Like, when I do my Genshin dailies and then go to Skyrim, it's all confusing with the controls. Or if I've been playing a lot of Skyrim and then I do my Genshin dailies the next day, I'll end up pushing all the wrong buttons for everything. Just randomly waste my elemental burst when I'm trying to jump. Alright, you can just fast travel while you're climbing, or swimming, or gliding, or anything really. There's no restrictions on when you can fast travel. No, you are cool. We can both be cool. That cool is not a zero-sum game. Okay, so now we just destroy this balloon, which we can do very fast by just shooting it over and over again with Ganyu. Okay, but these guys are pretty annoying. They don't want me to destroy the balloon. They want me to just die. But they're the ones who died. And the balloon is destroyed anyway. Score 1 for the cow. Okay. Treasure? It's probably just a piece of violet. Oh, I remember now. It's a Qingshin flower that's up on the cliff. It's a little snack for Ganyu.
We're way behind schedule.
Let's see, I know there's also a bunch of violet grass around here, so I'm gonna grab that since I need it for a couple characters. Oh. Oh, okay. It's okay, there's the violet grass over there. Yeah, it's fine. There are a bunch of angry hilly churls down there, but they can't do anything. Boop. Sniped. Okay, now there are more if I come over here, so... best to get them while I'm close by. Because there's only a limited number of resources on the map, and then you have to wait for it to respawn. And the places where you can find a handful of them clumped together are even more limited. Like, violet grass only grows on cliffs, so you have to do a lot of rock climbing to collect it. Unless you just know the good spots. Okay, there's one more good spot close by. It's over here. On this big rock over here, there's a bunch. There's 4, maybe 5 violet grass and a Qingshin flower, I think. I don't need Qingshin anymore since those were Ganyu's ascension materials and I already have her fully ascended. But, you know, it's good to have a bunch since sometimes you need them for quests and maybe I'll get another character that needs them too. Ah, here's the Qingshin. And that's all. Okay, final commission time. Oh, it's over here. Okay, let's beat up these guys with Noelle, cause Noelle can do a bit of healing. And I like having my Ganyu at full health. Full health Ganyu is good.
I must leave no stone unturned.
And since I took Barbara out of my party, I can only heal her in combat by using Noelle's shield and then hitting people. So there. That—
I missed a spot.
Ow. Like those boars, they're running away, but they always seem to charge directly into you. It's a bit annoying. Especially because now my Noelle is not at full health, even though I want everyone to be at full health. Kinda bothers me when they're not.
Next on the agenda.
Okay, now this thing, I just need to defend the obelisk from these annoying people that show up. Okay, they've got wooden shields, so this is where we bring out Yanfei, because Yanfei can burn the wooden shields. Okay, we're gaming. Oh man, I'm really good at the Yanfei combo. Okay, now these ones have stone shields. Well, they're not very durable anyway, so just Ganyu 'em. And there, all done. All done, easy peasy. Now we're gonna go claim commission prize. And then we're gonna go back to Inazuma. Or no, I'll spend my resin first. Can't forget about the resin is important. Yeah, I wonder if I should keep farming artifacts like I was last time, or...
Add Astra.
Actually, I'll save my resin. 'Cause
Add Astra.
if I get Yoimiya, I'm gonna have to go fight the Pyro Hypostases for her Ascension materials. So yeah, okay. Let's claim these battle pass points. And now we'll go do our Archon quest, which is over 5,000 meters away, so we're gonna fast travel. Wait. More leeway quests? I'm gonna go pick up that quest. I might not do it on stream, but we'll see. Imagine being a cute cow. Time for a selfie because I feel absolutely non-dysphoric today. Oh, that's great. I bet it'll be a very cute selfie. Okay, let's talk to Atsuko. Oh, Traveler, what are you doing here? I remember you asked me to go to Inazuma last time. I've been to Inazuma. You did go, and you managed to come back? You live up to your reputation as a warrior. Your abilities are far beyond those of ordinary folks like me. Yeah, I was able to come back because we have these things called teleport waypoints that I can just teleport to whenever I want. What's wrong? When I left Inazuma, I left without saying goodbye. Ever since I was little, I've longed for the world outside of Inazuma. I like to travel, and I disliked being controlled by my parents. After they issued the Vision Hunt decree, the atmosphere in Inazuma has become increasingly suffocating. That's why I decided to leave my hometown. When I came to Liyue, although I managed to find a way to survive, I couldn't find a reliable person to send a message to my family back home. Can I ask for a favor to help deliver a letter to my parents? Okay, do you want to go back and have a look? Although I miss my parents, if I go back now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave anymore. I don't have the ability to come and go freely like you. No matter what, I wouldn't dare to go back. I'll be happy if you can take this letter to Inazuma. I really wouldn't ask for anything more. There we go. I had to restart my phone. Okay. Well, glad you made it, Panda. We haven't really done anything yet. I was just doing my daily commissions. Nothing too interesting. By the way, my father's name is Yo and my mother's name is Michiru. I'll mark the address on the map for you. After leaving my hometown, I'd experienced a lot. Now I know that if I want to become an independent and strong woman, I can't just rely on my parents like before. I've decided that I won't go back to my hometown in the near future. If I encounter any difficulties outside, I will face them by myself. I think my parents will be proud of me if I can do that. I also wrote about my determination in the letter, so please take it to my parents. Alrighty, I booped the cow. I have been booped. A boop. A moo boop. Boop moo. 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 Okay, now back to teleporting. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna stop back here. I think I saw another quest over this way the other day. Maybe it's at a specific time. Yeah, there's one over here. There's a quest over here. Okay, I'm gonna go grab that, because I know there are a couple leeway quests I haven't done. The one I just got from Atsuko is one that was added with Inazuma, but there were a couple before that that I haven't got done. Let's see, well, I'm currently thinking about how to clear up the fragments of the Jade Chamber currently floating on the ocean surface. You recall that it was completely destroyed when it crashed, right? Those fragments ended up floating on the ocean with some larger pieces even blocking the path of passing ships. Would you like a selfie of me? Because I feel nice and amazing and not dysphoric. I actually don't like receiving selfies for just personal reasons. I just feel weird about seeing pictures of people, but yeah, valid. Yeah, okay. Thank you for understanding. And yes, howdy Ria, good to have you here. If I didn't say that already. I look hella amazing today. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you're just stunning. Also, you might have, but I didn't hear you. Well, as long as you hear me at least once, that's good. The Ministry of Civil Affairs organized a cleanup which got rid of all the larger pieces. But as for those smaller bits of flotsam, clear them out one day and more come floating in the next. While they're not that much of a problem, the Ministry's stance is that we should clean them up all the same. I'm currently thinking about how this can be done. Our sergeant said that I could look for some people to help out, but who would want to do this job anyway? I mean, unless you, well, are you willing to help me with the cleanup? You might even be able to keep some of the useful items you pick up. Useful items such as... Honestly, I don't know myself, but given that this is the Jade Chamber, I'm sure that something eye-catching will turn up. Okay,
Next
well,
on the agenda.
let's see. What are we looking at for our quest? Fishing for jade. Well, none of these really give primos. Oh right, there's another Inazuma event going on that I could participate in. Question, is the cryo goat lesbian? That is a very good question. I don't think it's canon, but like I've seen a lot of fan art and comics and stuff of her with Kushing, which is the Electro Cat girl. So I ship them together. I think they're pretty gay for each other. Although every girl is a lesbian if you ask me. That's just how it goes. Although I do know where to draw the line between like canon stuff and just fan shipping. Uh, uh, uh. I mean, I shipped the cat bartender with D-Look. That is a... Are you talking about Diona or about Margaret? Because my response is going to be very different. Diona. Okay, well, Diona is like 8 years old, so please do not. Kappa. Okay, you're Kappa-ing. It's a joke. Alright, alright. I believe you're joking. I just don't find it very funny. Alright, right. I should stop wandering around and just get to Inazuma already. I have things to do there. Way over here. Okay, I guess I'll just teleport over here. Oh, there's a viewpoint. Viewpoint, nice. Pretty, very pretty. Also, Diona hates D-Look's guts, and D-Look is too edgy to care about much. That's true, Pew. Also, good to see you, Pew. I missed you coming in earlier. Sorry I didn't notice. Like, 3 of you have purple names. At least in the MooBot page that I'm using to read chat. Like, most of you have purple names, so they get blended together. But, you're right, thanks for stopping by, Pew. Thanks for showing up. Always good to have my mods here. My reliable people. I have purple names because I love purple. I also have purple name because I love purple. Purple is just a really good color, you know? Okay, there's a quest here. I don't want to start that right now, though. Sometimes starting quests gets really inconvenient for you because, like, you don't want to end up with, this character is busy with another quest, and then you have to, like, go and do that, but then it'll say this character is busy with another quest, and you have to go back to the quest you were doing before. It's a really weird system. I low-key think Eula and Amber are a thing because of all the comics and fan art, but I know it's literally... No, it's impossible because Eula's an adult and Amber's like a teenager. Honestly, I don't think they're that different in age. Random event. Like, I think Eula's maybe a couple years older than Amber. Eula doesn't really seem that old. Like, if I had to guess, Eula's like 20 or 21, and then Amber's like 18 or 19. Also, what do you think about Klee being friends with Chi-Chi? I think it's an adorable thing. Like, like having all the little girl characters be friends who play around with each other is just such a cute idea. Shiny. So yeah. Like Amber and Eula being a ship, I think it's totally a real thing, not impossible. Like, Eula doesn't really look all that grown up, she's just kinda tall. I decided to take a medical leave from school. Alright, taking a medical leave and taking care of yourself, I support that. Okay, feed the doggo. Event complete. I get money and ore and companionship XP. I wanted Cleo when she was a wish banner because I wanted to play with a group using Klee, Chi-Chi, and Iuna. Aw, that sounds so cute. Like, I've seen videos of people doing that. And now we're gonna get Sayu here in like an hour. And we can add Sayu to the Lolly Squad.
According to the letter, this should be the place.
Sorry, we don't serve the general public. I'm afraid you'll have to leave.
Wait! We're not the general public.
Well then, you must be a couple of wandering outlanders that snuck into the nation, judging by your attire.
Are our clothes really so... what Paimon means to say is...
Here's our invitation letter.
The Yashiro Commission's seal. This must be from Mr. Toma. It seems there's more to you than meets the eye. In which case, welcome to the Komore Tea House, a safe haven for the Yashiro Commission.
Well, that sounds more like it.
Oh, hey, Panda, if you're able to type right now, is the volume better this time? I turned it up just a bit, so I hope it's more in line with what the other game sounded like. Imagine Paimon being a playable character. Paimon being a playable character would certainly be weird. She doesn't have a vision or anything, so it's hard to imagine what she would actually do. My lack of sleep has degraded my brain. I'm barely keeping on to my sanity, but I don't think I can sleep. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pew. Well, you know, I think a couple of people told me they fell asleep during my last Genshin stream, so, you know, maybe if you just hang out, you'll be able to fall asleep to this one. Like, I want you to be able to get good sleep, don't worry. And that's just really nice. Good sleep is important. Little Primo Gems is like a shooting ability and maybe a few other stuff. That's interesting. What weapon would Paimon have? Would Paimon even use a weapon?
Well, now that we're here, where's Toma?
Everyone should take better care of themselves. It sucks when your body starts proving to you why it's important. Yeah, self-care is just... Honestly, it should be your top priority. Just making sure that you're taken care of. Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're not going to be able to do much else for very long. Paimon is the weapon. Oh my gosh. That that's hard to imagine, but okay. We'll entertain that thought.
Hyman doesn't see him anywhere. Do you think he forgot his promise to meet us?
Who forgot their promise? I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me.
Okay, so either we've got a talking dog, or Toma is hiding behind the counter and playing a prank on us. I'm gonna assume it's the latter. Pretty sure Genshin has pulled something like this before, at least once.
What? Is that dog talking to us?
Relax. No need to look so surprised. I take it this is the first time you've seen me in this form?
Okay, maybe he actually is the dog, but I still think this is probably a prank.
Huh. So you didn't see anything like this when you were in Liyue Harbor?
Paimon canonically can freeze time. That's how they explain what's happening every time you enter the menu screens. Oh wow, they actually went and explained that? I I thought they were just gonna leave that untouched as suspension of belief for video games pause screens, but okay, Paimon freezing time, that's okay. I guess that'll just be a thing then. Yes, Paimon pauses time for you. I I'm a little surprised actually. Like she just pauses time. That's insane. That's why she can move and pause screens. Paimon is secretly a Gnosis holder. Like, probably not a Gnosis. She's probably a fallen celestial or something. Honestly. Like, that honestly makes sense. Yeah, I think that makes more sense than her being a Gnosis holder. Just actually being one of the gods from Celestia who fell into a lake from all the way up there. Yeah, yeah.
Now that you mention it, this does suddenly seem less out of the ordinary.
Yeah. 'Cause there isn't anything else quite like Paimon that we've run into so far. Like, I think someone called her an elf at some point, but like, elves don't really seem to be a race. At least not like we know them from other stuff. Okay, but it still doesn't really add up.
Alright. I've had my fun.
Okay, yeah, it was a prank. That's... It's always a prank.
Hey, you're this close to getting an ugly nickname, mister.
Paimon's nicknames are great.
Well, I've had some time to kill, given that I've been waiting here for you for so long, as was the case in Rito. So I came up with this little fun greeting for when you arrived. But in all seriousness, I would like to apologize about that little test you went through earlier. Though it was quite necessary. It helped us determine whether or not to bring you before Miss Kamisato, and whether you had the courage to face the lightning alongside us.
Don't think that Paimon's gonna forgive you just because you're getting all serious now.
Sorry, did I overdo it? My apologies.
So how did we do in our test?
Let me just say this. You've often found yourself skirting the rules from the very beginning, haven't you? Naturally, this is due to your unwavering and resolute determination. A long time ago, we had a friend who was much the same. But when the lightning struck...
Oh. Oh, Thomas got a pyrovision on his hip. He'll probably be a playable character at some point, too.
Ah, so you've heard of his story. His light still burns all the more brightly. Yes, of course. I will bring you to the Kamisato residence where the Yashiro Commission is located.
Oh, I mean, literally anyone with a vision will be a playable character. Yeah, that's true. That's just absolutely true for this game.
But before that, there is one other place I was hoping you both would accompany me to.
Oh? Where?
I would like you to come with me to the statue of the omnipresent god. It's still under construction now, but you can already see it from practically anywhere on Narukami Island.
Like, even the Archons, they just do not hesitate at all to make them playable characters. Hell, even Allison may be the Barbara and Jean's mother who's been dead since the beginning of the comics. Yeah. Oh, cool, free stuff. The girl who basically made the Favonius Knight single-handedly forgot her name. Oh, what was it? I know this one. Vanessa, yeah, Vanessa. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for stopping by, Boreal. Vanessa, yeah. Alright. Let's see where I'm going next. Over that way. Let's see. I mean, Alice is presumed to be a character. Well, cool. If they're bringing back characters who died, I really want, what's her face? I can't remember her name either. She's the goddess of salt from that one quest with Zhongli. She was a good girl. Vanessa's not dead? She's not? I did not know she was still alive.
This area sure feels gloomy. People probably don't come here often, do they?
Like, the game sort of presented Vanessa as like a historical figure from hundreds of years ago. Vanessa's very much dead. It was in the comics. Alice is not dead because she's Klee's mom. Oh, right. Klee's mom, who is... She got invited up to Celestia and was given immortality and became a hawk. Oh. Okay, so... She's technically not dead, but she is in what's basically heaven. Okay, that makes sense, I think.
Huh? Are Paimon's eyes playing tricks? Or are there things embedded in the statue?
Visions.
Anyway, dinner time. Enjoy your dinner. Have a nice meal, Ria.
Visions? You mean all the visions that are collected from the Vision Hunt degree are put into this statue?
Probably not. I think that's just a normal hawk, but she does drop by Mondstadt every now and then. Anyway, have fun with dinner. Oh, well, that's pretty cool. Like just being a bird who flies down to check on things from time to time.
So you've already heard of the Vision Hunt decree. Before I try to explain, I should perhaps remind you first that Mondstadt is the city of freedom, and Liyue is the city of contracts. As for Inazuma, it's known as the Nation of Eternity. The Raiden Shogun is both the nation's most powerful ruler and its deity. The Eternity in question is her endless and unchanging will to rule over Inazuma. As such, she relies on the Tri-Commission to regulate the nation's affairs and the Sakoku Decree to limit the people's movement. The Shogun wishes to keep Inazuma in stasis, allowing the stream of time to flow from one end to the other without disturbing it for all time.
Seems like every god has their own will.
Of course, this is my own limited understanding. As for the reason behind the recent Vision Hunt decree, perhaps the Shogun believes that visions grant people the power to change, and that her eternity doesn't allow for such instability to exist. Whatever the case, the fact is that the Raiden Shogun has dispatched the Tenryo Commission to scour the nation for visions, embedding each one in this statue. And this statue of the omnipresent god can be seen as Inazuma's symbol of eternity.
But if that's the case, wouldn't you say that the Raiden Shogun is being, oh, I don't know, selfish?
Only outlanders such as yourselves would ever dare speak out so directly against the Raiden Shogun. And yet, I agree. The Vision Hunt decree is something that simply should not exist. And Miss Kamisato has been committed to fighting it since the day it was announced.
Whoa, freaky.
Hey, are you okay? You look like your mind is elsewhere.
What was that sound just now?
Sound? What sound? I didn't hear anything. Did something happen?
Yeah, you touched the statue, and then what?
I could hear the sound of people's aspirations.
Aspirations? That would seem to confirm the saying. Have you heard it before? That when a person's ambition reaches a certain strength, the gods look upon them with favor. That is where visions come from. In other words, a person's vision represents their ambition. So if what you just said is true, then the ambitions of these people are stronger than I imagined.
So a vision symbolizes ambition and not power.
Alright, time for the next stop on our tour of Narukami Island, the Kamisato residence.
Finally!
Alright, let's go get this teleport waypoint real quick. Oh, it's right here. And how far away is this? Okay, it's pretty far away. We'll just teleport over here and walk it. Leg it. Hoof it. Right, hoof it. We're gonna hoof it. And free electroculus. Gonna grab that. look at this little thing. Huh, cute. Not spoiling anything, but you will absolutely love Kamisato's story. That is all I can say. Uh, well, that's nice to hear. Oh, do I follow this around? Will it lead me to something? An electro thingy? I miss my daughter. Inhuman she may be, I made her of my own blood. She's not a creature that's meant to exist. I don't want to make that mistake again. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds kinda serious. Okay. Oh, let
Here,
these out.
let me help you.
It was heartwarming, but it felt a little too... Hey, my banner's up right now and I'm super cute, so hey, why don't you roll for me? Huh. Did I do it right? I liked Yoimiya's quest a lot, though. Okay, well, yeah. I'm probably gonna end up doing both this stream, so you'll get to see how I feel about that. Okay. Okay, we're already here. Cool. Okay, so I guess this is the guy we talked to about these things. Okay, I guess I can't do that quite yet. Alright, well, more questing.
So, this is the kind of place where the big shots of Inazuma live, huh? Paimon kinda expected it to be snazzier.
It's hard to top the Jade Chamber.
Welcome at last to the Kamisato residence, honored guest. Miss Kamisato is delighted to finally meet you.
Is this the Shirasage Himegimi you keep going on about? So, where's she at? Oh, behind the screen?
Yes. As the daughter of the Yashiro Commission, this is how Miss Kamisato is accustomed to receiving guests. Consider it a time-honored tradition within the Yashiro Commission. Forgive me if this is an unwelcome surprise.
This is slightly anticlimactic.
Makes sense. She's a super important person after all.
Please forgive my lack of courtesy for receiving you in this fashion, especially following such a long and wearisome journey over the sea. I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation, and Toma assures me that you do indeed possess the power to change the tide of the times. At present in Inazuma, in the name of the Vision Hunt Decree, the people's aspirations are being senselessly trampled underfoot. Though the Yashiro Commission serves the Shogun, it is the people with whom we share close bonds, given the contact we are required to have with them in the performance of our duties. A commission's power rises and falls with the trust of their people. Thus, we cannot remain indifferent to this situation without also remaining indifferent to our own fate. Traveler, lend us your power, and we can...
I'm just here to meet the Raiden Shogun.
Oh,
Man, Lumine is really just straight to business this time.
See, milady, it's just like I said. This will take us nowhere.
I'm going to leave now.
no, Wait! Please, don't go!
What?
I will introduce you to the Raiden Shogun on one condition. You must fulfill 3 small wishes on my behalf.
What are your wishes?
They pertain to 3 whose visions were taken from them. Perhaps once you've met them, you will understand.
A warrior who guards a village, a former samurai who helped carry out the Vision Hunt decree, and a swordmaster determined to become the best in the world. Does Paimon got that right?
Correct. Please do all you can to help them. I will await your return here.
I will do as you wish.
Then you have my gratitude.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Well, just like before, we've got to check around for any free stuff we can take. Found a couple books, but doesn't look like there's anything else. Alright, we will just keep going on our merry way. Electroculus, is it up? Is it up? No, I guess it's down. You always have to look straight up for these things because sometimes they are just really high up. So, I guess we'll try looking down. There it is. There it is. Oh, and there's another one of these little guys. Hello. Alright, where the frick did it go? Oh, there it is. Now where is it? This way? Okay, it went over here. Okay, come on. Come on, where? Okay, now where is it? Is it this way? Or did it make a monument again? Oh, here it is. Okay, it just gives you a little artifact. That's fine. Let's just explore around here for a little bit. Before getting on with the main quest, there's a wave rider thingy we can go find. And there's another electroculus over this way. And we found a beetle. Okay, up, up, up. Neat. Oh, it's another one of these statue majigs. Hello, statue.
My lucky day. Finally,
Alright, that wasn't too bad. But it looks like there's still another we're gonna have to beat up. Oh, there are 2 more. Of course there are 2 more. Oh, 3 more? Why are there so many? Please do
Access
not.
denied. We're way behind schedule.
Need to move.
Okay, well,
To the ferry.
they did a bit of damage to me, but overall not too bad. I'd prefer not to take any damage though, because I don't have a healer. Oh, it's just a common chest too. They weren't even guarding a good chest. But yeah, I don't have a healer in my party right now. I'm gonna have to... I'll just... I can do without for a little bit. Looks like there's some stuff over here. Okay, this is just seagrass, but I have not had any of this yet. I don't know what I'm gonna need it for, but you know me, just always picking up everything. So let's see what's over here. Another fox statue. Cool. And one of these nerds. That goes zippy zappy zoo. Shoot, I lost track of it.
Next on the agenda.
Okay, okay, it's going over there. So it's just another thing you have to follow around a bit. Okay. Oh, now it's up there. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Just grab these boxes and stuff. And try not to drown. There are a lot of boxes here. Okay. Now we climb up this thing. And get the zippy zappy zoo. And we'll see what this gives us. Dude. Can I not? Can I not? Oh, how do I have to do that? Okay, this guy's kinda strong, but... Oh, all these hilly churls are just dead. He killed them all.
Fall before me.
They're just a bunch of corpses he left lying around. How rude of him.
That won't work.
Like when I kill hilly churls, at least the corpses just disappear. Like, they don't stay around like these ones do. Like, I'm not inconveniencing anyone with them. Okay, now maybe we'll figure out the zippy zappy zoo. Maybe if I stand here and switch. Well, let's try with Fischl.
The threads of your fate lock.
Can we shoot the zippy zappy? If we reposition a bit, maybe. does not seem like we can shoot it. But we also can't climb up this. Yeah, I have no idea what we're supposed to do here. Do I need, like... I'm not seeing anything else around that I can use. Just this weird translucent flower thing.
By royal decree.
Oh, let's do something. Okay, yeah, this is just confusing. I'll figure out what to do with these things later. And that island is surrounded by a force field, so not gonna mess with that either. Alright, back to... I don't know. This has been a bit of a bust. Got a couple chests at least. So that's something. That's like 7 primo gems. Or maybe only 4. I forget how many the bigger one gave. Well, that's just how it be. Some of these things are hard to figure out. And some of them just require quests. Oh, there's an Electroculus here? How did I miss that? Oh, these fox statues. Oh, I really should just do the quest to whatever these fox statues do. There's so many on this island. Okay, back to our regularly scheduled whatever the heck I was doing.
Let's see. Where's the person Ayaka told us about?
Why are you doing this? Why leave all of a sudden, after all these years?
Precisely. It's much too sudden. We've had no time to prepare. The children are desperate for you to take them out to play. Please, we urge you to reconsider.
That must be the guy Ayaka told us about. Let's go over and see.
You must also be
Back
there
to
try
winning.
and convince Tejima to stay.
Yes, winning. I'm always winning. Just all day, all night. Nothing but winning. What's happened?
Tejima has protected this place ever since he arrived here 30 years ago. Keeping out the treasure hoarders, fending off any monsters that draw near, resolving quarrels between the villagers. He has put an enormous amount of work into looking after this place, and we all think the world of him.
Alright, Panda, I don't know if you answered this earlier and I just didn't see. What is the volume okay this time? You told me it was a little quiet the last stream.
But now, all of a sudden, he says he plans to leave us. We can't help but wonder, was it something we did? We will gladly apologize if that's the case. All we want is for him to stay.
So why the change?
If you want my opinion, something to do with the Vision Hunt decree. It's clear that Taijima had done nothing wrong, and still they confiscated his vision. After that, he became a completely different person. I can't claim to fully understand it, but I could tell that he'd lost something very important to him. He went off on a walk, alone, circled the village a few times, and then out of the blue, he announced that he was going to leave and become a wanderer.
Oh, it's good today. Yeah, okay, I'm glad. Thanks for pointing that out for me. I do want the audio to at least be consistent for those of you watching.
Truth be told, we aren't sure whether trying to keep him here is the right thing to do. But equally, it doesn't feel right to let him leave when he's in this state. He's a lost soul.
Might want to raise it a tiny bit. Okay, well I already raised it a tiny bit, but I'll raise it a tiny bit more. During the fight I couldn't hear the battle. Okay, well I'll mess around with the volume settings
Seems
after
like
this
he's a
conversation.
well-respected guy around here.
Okay, settings are over here. Audio. Yeah, I have the special effects and music a bit lower. I'll turn the special effects up. How about the music? Is the game music okay? Turn it up a little bit just in case. Alright, let's go find a fight to test this out. Okay, now we're fighting.
Let's get down to business. To the fairy.
Born of ice and frost. Motion to impel.
To move. Finally, No.
Alright, how was that? Was that okay? No, I don't want to open the cooking menu. I want to open the chest. Oh, got a pointy stick too. Was the volume okay for that one?
Take care of it.
You must be Taijima. So what's made you want to up and leave all of a sudden?
Me? It's not a question of why I want to leave, but a question of what reason I would have to stay.
Everyone depends on you.
True, but that's not why I chose to stay here. And what made me want to come here 30 years ago? And why have I never wanted to leave in all that time? I don't have answers to those questions, because I can't remember anymore. Ever since they took my vision away, it's like a slice of my memory is gone. In the past, I knew I wanted to stay here. But whatever resolve I had then, it's gone now. So I thought, what's to stop me from moving around instead? The emptiness inside me will be there either way.
discover the reason you chose to stay, you won't need to leave anymore, right? But if you can't remember anything, it's not gonna be easy. Oh, maybe if you just try a little harder to remember, then it'll all come flooding back?
Oh, that reminds me. Last time I brought Tejima some fruit, I do believe I saw him writing in a diary.
I keep a diary? If you say so. I honestly can't seem to remember.
Oh, yes, you do. And what's more, I remember you saying at the time that you wanted to make a note of a few interesting things. Things which would prove very important at a later date.
Perfect! So if we want to keep Tejima from leaving, we just need to find his diary. It must be around here somewhere. Let's take a look.
If you don't mind, we will leave you to find the diary. We should head back to the village to inform the others of Tejima's situation.
Alright. Well, it's just right here. It's literally right here.
Looks like Tejima's diary, alright.
He just left it sitting out like this.
Let's see what we have here. Today, the villagers and I got together to cook dried raised salted fish. I messed up and burned mine a little, so I had to pretend that it was black snakehead instead. Today, I helped rescue a kid who had fallen in the water. After I pulled him out, he told me that his best friend Bamboo was still in the water. I searched the water the whole afternoon before finding out that Bamboo was the name of his pet crab. I went kite flying today. The string broke, so I chased after it as fast as I could. I soon realized I was never going to get it back, so I just found somewhere to sit and watch as it flew away into the distance. Seems like your average diary of daily village life. Huh? Wait, there's more! I went to pray at the shrine again today and stayed there a while. The Omamori you gave me has faded a little, but it is still my most treasured possession. Now that's the kind of info we're looking for. Time to pay a visit to the shrine. So this is the Omamori Tejima wrote about. Interesting. Looking at the color and the design, Paimon would have thought it belonged to a child. But anyway, if he had this with him all the time, there's a chance some of his elemental energy remained on it. Do you think that it might come in handy?
Elemental sight. Elemental sight.
Here we are! This seems to be somewhere that Tejima visited a lot. The soil looks like it's been disturbed. Maybe Tejima buried something precious here. Something that kept him in the village all these years? Must be something pretty amazing if it made him stick around for 30 years. Let's dig it up and take a look. Looks like a letter. The paper's gone yellow. Must have been written a really long time ago. Honda Village. Sounds so familiar. Where is that place again?
If we become separated during war, go wait for me in Konda village. There will be a safe home for us there. It's here.
So the reason Tejima came here was to wait for someone. But he's been here for 30 years. Oh, guess they didn't show up in the end, huh? Well, let's go give Tejima his stuff back and take it from there.
Oh, that's a bit sad.
Well, I'll be. That's certainly my handwriting. And I guess the Omamorian letter belonged to me too. But I have no memory of anything that's written in this diary. Still, it's clear that I was waiting for someone here, and that I chose to wait for 30 years. Over the years, I must have made a note of anything interesting. Anything that I could share with her when we were finally reunited. And just look at all the things that did happen over the years. The time has flown by so quickly. 30 years feels like the blink of an eye. How could I have forgotten something so important to me? Now that I think about it, when my vision was taken from me, it felt like I'd suddenly been hollowed out. Love, regret, everything I felt for her, it's all disappeared.
Does that make you... Does that make you feel sad?
No, not especially. After all, I've forgotten who she was. Her face, her voice, the things we experienced together. I barely recall any of it. It's as if she'd never been in my life to begin with. As if all these years have been nothing but a hazy dream. I think maybe not. If this is something I waited most of my life for, I suppose I should carry on waiting. Although, what if she were to turn up eventually? Only to find I didn't remember so much as her name. Wouldn't that be upsetting for her? When I think about it like that, I do feel a slight tinge of sadness in my heart. How curious. Why am I thinking like this when I don't even remember who she is? It's just like that feeling of emptiness. The feeling that something is missing. Thank you both for helping me reconnect with my reason for staying here. I shall remain here and keep waiting for her.
Tejima seems to be feeling okay, but still, it makes Paimon really sad.
Losing a reason to feel sad is maybe the saddest thing of all. Yeah, Yeah, I feel that.
Seems it's just like Ayaka and Toma were saying. If you lose your vision, you lose all your hopes and dreams too. That certainly explains the state Tejima was in earlier. At least we were able to help him, weren't we? Well, let's go find the next person. According to Miss Kamisato, the second one who lost their vision is a samurai from the Tenryou Commission.
What was the fox quest? This one. I'm gonna go with this one and do the thing. 'Cause we're already here. We found the evidence. Okay. Start with what was found near the well. Paiwan's leaving it to you. Okay, this was found at the dry well in your backyard. Ah, frick. It was 2 days ago, so I forget. It was like a Mora pouch, wasn't it? Purse by the dried up well. Okay, that helps. That makes it a bit easier. It's very normal. Yeah, sure it is. He's so suspicious. Something's definitely off. Now then, please draw the marking that was on it. Fine, this is indeed not my coin pouch. So many people pass by my backyard, it's pretty normal for someone to have dropped it, right? It's... what's going on? Something's off here. Someone discarded this coin pouch intentionally. Well, what proof do you have for saying this? The coin pouch is just one part of the mystery. We also found... Found what? Your turn now, Kityano. What did we find in the gully earlier? This was intentionally left behind on a rainy night. It was the bag of supplies. Yes, that one. Where did you get this? Downstream of the gully. How can you prove that these two items are related? Oh, they're related, alright. Ridiculous, how can that be? Unless there's some kind of secret code on the Mora? There's nothing on the Mora, but we did find something elsewhere. We found this near the remains of a cart. Was it this? Yes, this one. This is... I can't believe that I was so careless when I was damaging the cart. Hey now, you finally admitted it. Since you have already gotten this far in your investigation, there's nothing more for it. I can't hide it anymore. In that case, you should have a pretty good idea of what happened. A very good idea indeed. Grandpa Densuke, you tried to rob a shogunate cart, didn't you? And in the midst of the struggle, you destroyed the cart with a single punch, causing the goods to go flying out into the gully. Paimon, I don't think that's what happened. Hoping to save themselves, the shogunate's people threw their coin pouches into the well to distract you, and then you locked the well to prevent others from stealing the Mora. Is that right? What? No, that's not what happened at all. Really? Paimon was gonna ask for your key and to have the Mora at the bottom of the well. Oh, Paimon. So greedy. Surrender to the shogunate. That's right, they were definitely going to be surrendered to the shogunate. Well, that is what actually happened. There was originally a group of young people in the village who got too bold after getting drunk and actually robbed one of the shogunate's cargo carts. These goods in the bag both belonged to the shogunate. I couldn't let the others know that this shameful incident occurred in our village. That's why I tried to cover it up. What about your confession regarding the coin pouch? He did that to cover up the truth. That's right, I thought that you would stop the investigation once I confessed. If it was just me, as long as no one else was affected. Please don't report this to the shogunate. This isn't about me saving face. I just don't want the entire village to be dragged down in the process. I'm not interested in reporting you. Yeah, that's not why we came here. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. My conscience kept bothering me because of this cover-up, so I recorded everything in a diary. I threw the diary onto the roof. If you really want to read it, help yourself, but please don't ruin my recently renovated roof. About the lock on the well. Yes, it was me who locked the well up. I also wrote down where I hid the key. Go read for yourself. Do you know anything about the Conda village barrier? Barrier? Oh, so people still know about that old legend? They say that in ancient times, underneath the growth we are standing right now, lay the roots of the Thunder Sakura. Indeed, this was one of the 5 roots that protect the peace on Narukami Island. And guarding it in its barrier was said to be a responsibility assigned to us, the Konda clan, by the Kitsune Saigu herself. But this was a long, long time ago. I hardly recall anything about the details. Alright. Yep. The notes are in the bird nest. Okay. But the lies and cover-up of this thievery weigh heavily on me, therefore I decide to leave these notes. The group attacked the public drunkenly, stealing no small amount of goods and some pouches of mora. After discussing the matter, it was decided that this matter would be covered up. The cart was destroyed in the night. The goods and coin pouches were dumped down an empty well. The well was sealed and locked, and the key was hidden in a broken house across the gully on the east side of the village. You see, it's in blue, so it's important. That way, even if you're just skipping through the dialogue really fast, you'll at least catch that bit. Legend has it that it was built by Doeen. Sadly, it's now so desolate that it proved a fitting choice to hide such a key. Konda village should have been prosperous. The Konda clan should have thrived. I hope for the sake of Takeru and Futaba, this village shall remain free of mishaps.
Time to scout.
Alright, let's go. Let's go find that key. Then we'll be able to get all the loot and make Paimon happy. Oh, they're after the treasure too? Okay. Oh, they spotted me. Oh, we've got treasure hoarders and these Ronin dudes. Annoying. Very annoying.
We're way behind schedule.
How's this? Try. The wrong test subject.
No touching.
There's more. Finally, no.
Okay, almost done. Oh, there we go. Now we dig here, and we take the old key.
Let's dance.
Yep. Treasure time. Yay. Alright, key. Okay. We're going down into this thing. Alright. There's stuff down here. There's a nice chest. That gives us 5 Primo Gems. Very nice. broke that, so we can go through now. See what else is down here. Ooh, it's a Zippy Zappy Zoo. Maybe now I'll figure out what these things are for. Okay, well there's a chest over there, so let's get that. Okay. Easy peasy, and back to the Zippy Zappy Zoo. Gotta smash the pots. There's the cabbage. Good, good. Okay. Okay, it gave us a chest. Oh, alright, so this is just what they look like when they're finished. Okay, so I already finished the other Zippy Zappy Zoo. That's good to know. Okay, now there's this electro barrier. Okay, I don't think that's a space I meant to go into. So, let's go over here. Okay. Easy peasy. Ganyu's so strong. Yay, I got one of these things, and there's another fox statue. Hello, fox statue. Is the ice blossom seriously way up there? Like, did it go on top of the woods somehow? This game is weird. Well, as usual, I will be attempting to electrocute the fox statue. And probably do nothing. Yeah, I still don't know how these things work. Well, maybe you can leave now? No. No. I guess I'd better just go back up. Or no, there's an Electrograna around here somewhere. Oh, this can affect me with Electro. Do I go through here now? No. Okay, so it affects me with Electro, but that's not good enough. Smash the pots. Get some cabbage. I guess the pots just all have cabbage. Right, okay, I need to go this way. The electro thing's over here. And now I can go through this. Yay! So this is the underbelly. Looks like something wild is sealed in here. This notch. Oh, that's right. Let's try putting the ward that we got from the Shrine Maiden in here. Huh. Wait, I did not see the notch. Am I dumb? Okay, well, we'll do this. Oh, it's doing thingies. It's doing thingies. Okay. And we'll go this one. And then this one. And then this one. And it'll probably work now. No?
More speed.
Am I not doing it right? I'll figure it out eventually, I promise. Oh, oh, now we're doing something. Now we're doing
More
something.
speed.
Oh, oh, there's a number of thingies on top of them. Okay, now I get it. Now I get it. I need to... Okay, okay. I figured it out. Oh, 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 of course it's just a fight.
No touching.
Well, at least there's water here, so I can just freeze lock him. Phantom Warrior beneath the Conda Village well. Okay, that name is a bit on the nose, but I'll take it.
And you! Cheap tricks.
Okay. Easy peasy. Very impressive. Eek, how did you? When did you? Why? Yikes. I was right to have my eye on you. You are indeed qualified to perform the cleansing. Who are you? As you can see, I am simply a shrine maiden who wishes to cleanse evil with your aid. You have helped me greatly already by being able to undo the barrier. If she's been watching us all this time, that means... Are you reporting us to the authorities? The authorities? Who do you mean? You know, the people in charge of the whole Conda village thing. Are you referring to the matter that the people of Conda village have hidden away? I am loyal to Narukami Island, not some police station. Besides, I have had dealings with Conda village for a long time as well. If those families were to be cut off, I would not be able to face... Please excuse me, let us get back to business. As you may know, the Thunder Sakura trees symbolize the eternal watch of the Electro Archon, and they have the power to remove evil and purify the earth. However, the polluted tree roots will eventually be corroded, and these tainted sections will form tumors one after another. That is why I must perform the cleansing ritual. Unfortunately, my physical condition, shall we say, prevents me from accomplishing this deed. There are several more barriers of this kind. Can I ask you to aid me? No, to aid this land? What about your physical condition? Do not fret, her priority is the cleansing. I see, I'll help. Thank you, truly. As for the location of the next barrier, you can visit the abandoned shrine nearby. It's not far northeast of Conda Village. Due to certain circumstances, I fear that I cannot go with you. How will we meet up then? The sakura on the east and west banks differ in speed, and the flowers of the north and south branches vary their bloom. However, everything on this island is under the sacred sakura tree's shade. So long as petals still fall like snow upon this island, we will surely meet again. I wish you all the best. Alright, quest completed. I got 40 Primo Gems. Alright, well... is there an exit? Do I just have to go back the way I came?
Next on the agenda.
Well, I guess I'm just going back the way I came. Except I can't because I need an Electrograna. Some Naku weed. Okay, here's an Electrograna. I'll just take this and go. Bye, Kazari. Bye-bye. Actually, I think the wish banner... 5 minutes? Soon. Very soon. I might have to restart Genshin for the wish banner, but that's fine. And I'm going the wrong way again. Alright, how do I go this way? Okay, not quite what I was going for. Okay, this is just one of those weird little spots you're not really supposed to spend any time in. Okay, it's fine. Okay. No. Doesn't look like I'm getting through this way. I guess I'll try... well, guess I'm gonna have to figure out another way to get over there and just go back out through the well. Okay. Okay. Out we go. Up. But yeah, because there's an electrocubus under the ground here. And this tree just had some vegetables in it. Okay. Sure. Why not? Oh, there's just a chest sitting right here. That's convenient. Convenient chest. But I still want to know how to get through this gate. It's probably a quest. Whatever, we'll go beat up these guys.
Fry! That tingle? Picked the wrong
Okay.
test subject.
Just a common chest. It's fine. So... we'll go get these rocks. Collecting rocks is good. Hi, Scylla. Hello. Aw, I love you, Scylla. Nice to see my precious bunny daughter coming by. How's it going? It's going pretty well. You're just in time. The banner is going to switch over in a minute, and then I'm gonna do some pulls for Yoimiya. So hopefully I get lucky and get her. I have enough Prima Gems to get the pity 5-star, but there's only a 50% chance it'll be Yoimiya. So hopefully I can win the coin flip. And even if I don't, I'll still get a different 5-star, which could be good. Oh, exciting. Yeah, it is pretty exciting. It's always fun to do the big pulls. Like, that's the main point of gacha games, to save up for your characters you want and do some huge amount of pulls for them. So, yeah. Just gonna collect some melons from around the village, because this is also an RPG, so you can take anything that's not nailed down. Okay. 0 minutes. Okay, soon, very soon. Well, we've got some time to kill. Let's go see what this is all about over here. Okay, there. Okay, we've got a bunch of electro crystals here. Well, I suppose this is a good place if I need them, but I already have a bunch. Okay, the banner is gone. It's just gone. It disappeared. I hope that means it's gonna switch banners. That it might not actually give us the Yoimiya banner right away, but it should. I'll try just exiting it out and going back in. So yeah, hopefully that this will work. If not, I'll just do some more quests and we'll wait until it shows up. Oh no, banner gone. Did it expire? The old banner expired. The banner I did not want. So... Okay, yeah. I just needed to exit it out and go back in. Test run. Okay, yeah, let's do the test run first, because we can get some stuff from this. And it also just lets you get a feel for the character. So this is the test run for Yoimiya, which is the character I'm pulling for. Yoimiya's elemental skill converts her normal attacks into blazing arrows that deal pyro damage. Okay, so she's an archer that will use her skill and spam her normal attack, which is, like, very different from what I'm used to with Ganyu, because Ganyu just goes for her charged attack all the time. Her elemental burst deals AoE pyro damage and applies Aurous Blaze to one of the hit opponents. When opponents under the influence of Aurous Blaze are hit by most attacks from other party members, an explosion occurs, dealing AoE pyro damage. Okay, so that's a pretty cool burst. And additional elemental ores will drop during the trial event challenge to facilitate the testing of the trial character's elemental burst. Okay. So, we're gonna do our charge shots, which will also add up to 3 little things that home onto enemies even if your initial shot misses. So that's pretty cool. Oh, she's so pretty. Yes, she is. This is just a game that has lots of pretty characters. Now burst. Now all our normal attacks are exploding. Or that was the skill, actually. Now we use the burst. Boosh, fire, fire, fire. Okay, this is the Aurus burst. Oh no, I was too late.
Steady as stone.
Oh well, it's okay.
Time for a light show.
Okay, so yeah, she can do a lot with her normal attacks. But her charged attacks are also still pretty good, so... Boom! Okay, and... Explosion! Explosion! Explosion!
Boba, get them. The fuse is lit.
Okay, so yeah, this character's pretty cool. I really like her skill puts the fire on her normal attacks. I hope you're having a fine evening. I really hope to get back into this game at some point. You should, it's fun. I'll be back, kid. I just got off work and I'll be driving home. Okay, drive safe. I only played like the first month and I don't know any of the new content. Oh, well that's great because there's a lot of content. Although I'm worried that your dumb bunny brain won't be able to handle some of the puzzles. But that's just part of the fun. Figuring stuff out. Okay. I will hang out. There's puzzles? Oh no. Well, maybe chat could help if I stream it. Yeah, I'll definitely try to watch and I can help you with anything you're stuck on, cause uh I have a big cow brain. It goes zoom zoom sometimes, but like the puzzles are pretty easy for me. Most of the time anyway. Usually I can figure them out pretty quick.
Etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along.
Like
I
you'll
was
be
forced
able
to learn
to
all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take.
you'll be able to observe some of my skills coming across new puzzles, I'm sure. I don't use the weapon banner, but whatever. Okay. Alright, let's do some polls. Oop. Okay, okay. Just a bunch of 3-star weapons that I don't really need. Okay, there's a lion's roar. Don't really have much use for that, but I'll use it to upgrade the one I already have. Alright. Really not a good poll, but we've got more polls to do. Okay. Think that was 55 rough first one. Well, that's how it usually is until you get pity. This will put me at 65, then the next will put me at 75, and then I'll be getting the pity rates. I believe, though. Thank you for believing. pity? Yes, there's a pity system, so if after 89 polls you do not get a 5-star, you will get a 5-star on poll number 90. But also there's soft pity, which increases your odds for getting a 5-star by a lot. Like it's normally 0.6%, but once you get to like 76, it'll go up to like 20% for at least some of the polls. Then it just gradually goes back down low again until you get to 90, which is a 100%. Alright, there's a Diona. At least we got a character this time, although getting Sayu would be best because she's new. Aw, she's adorable. Yeah, there's a lot of adorable characters too, and pretty characters, and all the characters are just really good looking in some way or another. Okay, here we go. Up, there's the gold. We got a 5-star. Got a 5-star. Let's 50% chance of Yoimiya. Let's see if I get her. Oh, she's at the back. She's really at the back end of this poll. Oh, okay, so it's not Yoimiya, but it's Chi-Chi. Really not a good one to get for me, because she's a cryo character and I already have cryo characters. Oh, I'm sorry you didn't get her, but she's really cute. She is really cute. She's also a healer, so I might just raise her up some and swap her out with Eula sometimes so I can have Chi-Chi and Ganyu. Because I've already got 2 5-star cryo characters that are max ascension. Gosh, actually, wait. I might actually have every 5-star cryo character now. Because Chi-Chi is the first 5-star cryo character. Then there was Ganyu, then there was Eula. And I don't remember if there were any other... Oh, Ayaka. Right, Ayaka was the one we just got, and I don't have her, so... Of the 4 5-star cryos, I have 3 of them now. At least it's a new character. Yeah, if I got D-Look again, I would have cried. Okay. Well, that's alright. That resets our pity, but I've still got enough for some polls, so we'll see if we can get Sayu, or maybe if we're really lucky, we can get Yoimiya. Because I will definitely continue to farm Primo Gems and keep pulling, because now my next 5-star is guaranteed to be Yoimiya. Whoa, she looks cool. Yes, this is Jin Yan. She's the rock and roll character. Gosh, they added so many cool characters. Yeah, they did. They just keep adding great characters. Okay, but I'm really trying to get Sayu here. Okay, that is not Sayu. Sacrificial fragments. I do not have this weapon yet, so that's a cool get. Okay, got 2 4-stars in that, so that's pretty nice. Okay, I'm just a little bit short. Wait, can I go to the shop? Yes, I can get some of these. I'm gonna grab these real quick. Because these can also let me do some pulls. So... well, we'll spend the 5 over here first. Probably won't get anything, but might as well try. Oh, purple? Purple? Oh, it's just this thing. This thing is not very useful, but oh well. Better than getting a 3-star. Alright, yeah, that's about what I expected. But now we can do another one of these. Ah, Sayu? Sayu, please? Oh, it's Sayu! I got her! Great. Good. This is nice. Aww. Yeah, she's really cute. She's another one of the little kid characters. She's so cute. Yeah, she is. Sayu. We'll take a look at her. She rolls around like that. Whoop. Yes. She's a little tanuki. Okay, I can zoom in with left trigger. She's so cute, adorable, small child. Yeah, her weapon is actually a claymore, I think, so she uses a really big sword. Okay, characters. Okay, I already had Diona, so let's just upgrade her constellation. Oh, I got her twice. So that'll give her a couple more buffs. Then Xinyan I got. So we're gonna buff her. Then way over here we have Chi-Chi and Sayu that I just got. Voiceover. Story. I'm not gonna go through all those now. And we have the same for Sayu. Talents. What does she do? When Sayu is in the party, your characters will not startle crystal flies and certain other animals when getting near them. Oh, that's a really interesting passive. Like, crystal flies are kinda hard to catch. Because they'll just, like, run away. Or fly away, actually, but... this'll make them a lot easier to catch, especially for people on mobile. They're really tough. And then Chi-Chi displays the location of nearby resources unique to Leeway on the minimap. Okay, well, yeah, I think that's the same one that Yanfei has, so that's not really something I need. Oh, well, BRB. Okay, take your time, Scylla. Okay. Well, what I'm gonna do with these ones... I'm gonna level them up to level 20 real quick. Because if I level them up to level 20 and then ascend them, I can get a couple more pulls as rewards for ascending them. So I'm just gonna... I'll put Sayu here.
Can I go catch up on my sleep?
And we'll put Chi-Chi here. We'll leave Lisa there. And now they're level 19, but they're really close to getting level 20. So instead of using my XP items, I'm just gonna fight some things to get them the XP they need. I should be able to do it in 2 or 3 fights. Just need to find some enemies. Oh, Battle Pass. Alright, for making a total of 15 wishes, I get a bunch of points. Okay. Oh, here's another Zippy Zappy Zoo. Okay.
Come on, focus.
Ouchie.
Access denied. We're way behind schedule.
Okay. Okay, they're still level 19, so I'm gonna need another fight. Actually, I forgot to read what her actual stuff does. Using the Ice Vein Talisman, Chi-Chi brings forth the Herald of Frost, dealing cryo damage to surrounding opponents. On hit, Chi-Chi's normal and charged attacks regenerate HP for your own party members and nearby teammates. Okay, so it's like a combination of Noelle's battle healing and Barbara's thing. Well, really, it's just like Barbara's thing, because Barbara can also heal your party by hitting people while her skill is active. But this also periodically regenerates your active character's damage. Follows the character around, dealing cryo damage to opponents in their path. Okay, so that's a pretty useful skill. Like, she's level 19, so it probably won't heal that much right now. So we'll see. Yeah, 505 is a tiny amount. But it's pretty good. Oh, it's also breaking the crates. Cool. At least it's healing a little bit. I should check what that scales with, actually. What does... Usually this scales with a certain stat. Okay, so it scales with her attack, so... We'll give her a better weapon real quick. Let's see... I'm... not really sure which one of these is gonna be good for Chi-Chi. None of them really seem to synergize that much with her skill. We'll give her the sacrificial one, since hitting people with it has a chance to reset the cooldown. Maybe one of these. Nah. her... Yeah, we'll just give her this. We'll also level up the weapon. Wait, well, what books am I using? Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer and Magic Guide. Yeah, that's fine. Enhance. Okay, and this one can unlock, because I'm going to use it to upgrade this one. Can refine it. And that increases the ability that's attached to it. Okay, so that'll help her healing out a bit. You can probably just buff it up a bit more. Ascend it. And do this. Now it's level 40. Ah. Okay, well, we'll use Chi-Chi's skill and then have Ganyu beat these ones up. Okay.
Next on the agenda, we're way behind schedule.
No problem whatsoever.
We're way behind schedule.
So now we'll just do stuff and try to get enough Primo Gems for another 10 pull. The banner's gonna be up for over 20 days, so I've got plenty of time to try to get more. And get Yoimiya for real. Cause if you get a 5-star that's not the character banner 5-star, the next 5-star you get is guaranteed to be the character banner. So if I do like 40 to 60 more pulls, I'll get Yoimiya. So that'll be nice. If I can get that many. It does take a while to save up Primo Gems for pulls. But since there's a lot of new content I can do. Insufficient, I need more. I need more. Huh. Is there another one around here? Okay, that one went away. Do I need 2? No, I don't think that's how it works. Huh. Well, maybe this thingy? I don't know what those clouds do. Huh. There's this little fox here.
Come a little closer.
You gonna do anything, fox?
You're in for a little shock. Come a little
You gonna do
closer.
anything? No? Okay, well I need to go through here to get to the Sealy, but I can't go through here. Oh, whatever. I'll figure it out some other time. Let's kill these guys. That's right, because the thing I'm trying to do... Okay. I'm trying to get Chi-Chi and Sayu to level 20. So, just need to do that. Ow! Ow, that hurt a lot, actually. That actually hurt so much. Okay, okay. The big guy's down. God, that did nearly half my health in one hit. That is scary. That is really scary. Oh, at least... Oh, this is a really big chest. Oh, that gave 10 Primo Gems. Nice. Nice. Alright. Very good, very good. Still need to heal Ganya, though. Wait, did I get him to level 20? I did! I can ascend now.
Now I have more.
And now I go to this menu and claim that. Go check her voiceover real quick, then go to Sayu and do the same thing. Okay, I need more crystal marrows for Sayu. I don't know where to find those. Well, whatever, I'll at least take her out of the party for now. We'll put Yanfei here. I'll level up Chi-Chi some more. I'll probably end up using her, so might as well level her up now. I don't have a huge amount of level up items, though. Okay.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4.
But at least I have a bunch of the stuff I need to ascend her.
I understand. When I get stronger, I need to put more effort into controlling my strength.
She has... Oh, her healing bonus. She gets a healing bonus. That's cool. Okay. Boop boop. Throw more level up stuff at her.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4.
Ascend her again. Okay, another healing bonus. Buff, cool. And another one of these rewards. Alright. I should probably give her some artifacts too. Well, she's a healer, so we'll give her some stuff from the set that gives healing bonuses. Okay, that's... There. Do we have anything here? Doesn't look like it. And for this one... I've got a bunch of 4-star ones. Healing bonus. Both of these are healing bonus, so... Well, I only have 2 pieces. I would need 4 pieces to complete the set. So, let's see. Do I have a 5-star that gives healing bonus? I do. We'll give her this one for healing bonus. Okay, I'm back. I re-downloaded Genshin. Alright. Alright. Good. Awesome. So, yeah. Like, another thing with Genshin is that we can play co-op, so I can come to your world and help you out with stuff. That could be like a nice collab. My characters are very strong, so I will protect you. Okay, yeah. Now we just need stuff for her attack, because that's what her healing scales with. So... yeah, we'll go with the gladiators, because the 2-piece set bonus is attack plus 18%. So I'll just find one of these that gives an attack buff. There's an attack buff, there's an attack. I'll go with this one because it has attack and energy recharge substats. Well, this one does too. This one just has defense, HP, and crit damage, so yeah. We'll go with that one. And this one is defense, energy recharge, HP. Then we'll go another gladiators on for this. Let's look for energy recharge. There's energy recharge. Energy recharge and attack percent. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Alright, this... I would prefer one of these that gives attack too, but it'll be fine. Or, you know what I can do? I can go for a weaker healing bonus on one of these ones. But then do an attack thing from one of these. Yeah, like here's attack with energy recharge stuff. Okay. So, yeah, that'll do it. I'll level this one up. No. I'll level up this first. Get it at least to level 4. Oh, that boosts the attack. Nice. And then we'll also enhance this one for the healing buff. Oh, crit rate, fun. Select material. Alright, and that buffed the crit damage. Alright, that'll be okay. But we'll also get this to level 4. attack buff. Good. And we can leave that for now. Don't want to invest too heavily right now because we'll probably get some better artifacts for her later. And yeah. Maybe I can enhance the weapon a bit more now. I don't have enough of those things. Okay, back to the hunt for Primo Gems. And of course there's just random things that spawn here. She has her little sword. Okay, let's see what this does. Oh, it's one of these challenges. Yeah, these are easy. Yeah, it's a bit unfair with Ganyu because she has the AoE charge shots. Alright, welcome back, Panda, and welcome home. Just another one of these little fox statues. Why are there so many? What do they do? Tell me your secrets, little fox statue. Tell me your secrets. What was I even doing? Let's go to the main quest again. Okay.
They say the Tenryou Commission is directly controlled by the Shogun. They're the ones responsible for maintaining law and order in Inazuma. The ones actually enforcing the Vision Hunt decree. But why would they take action against one of their own? Paimon doesn't get it. Huh? There seems to be some commotion over there. Let's go see what's happening.
I'll ask one more time. Do you intend to withhold this month's emergency provisions?
The entire clan is counting on that food. We demand an explanation.
How many times do I have to say it? I don't know anything about emergency provisions.
You dare deceive us? Those provisions are essential. Do you understand? Not some goods to be pocketed by greedy samurai.
You samurai think you can just do whatever you please? The Tenryou Commission will hear of this.
Emergency provisions? Like emergency food?
And who are you? One of Kurosawa's gang, no doubt.
What? We just happened to be passing by. We heard the commotion and came to see what the matter was.
I see. You seem to have come just at the right time. Perhaps you can help us settle this matter. This is Kurosawa. He's a samurai and a member of the Shogun's army. They issue emergency provisions to the area, and he's the one responsible for distribution. In the past, we'd simply ask him for provisions and everything would be delivered. Now, he suddenly refuses to give us anything. He's keeping the provisions for himself. I just know it. We'll starve without them.
No one seems to care about us. We used to think Kurosawa was a kind man, but he's shown his true colors. He's the same as all the other samurai. It's no wonder all the visions have been confiscated. The Raiden Shogun doesn't need people like him helping her rule the nation.
This must be one of the people Ayaka asked us to help. But why would she ever want us to help someone like him? Maybe we should talk to Kurosawa and see what he has to say.
Hello, Kurosawa.
I've never even heard of these emergency provisions.
Oh, he's missing his memory just like the last
I
guy.
don't know whether it's rumors or whether they're trying to blackmail me. But either way, it's ridiculous. If I was hoarding supplies, would I still be the poor man I am today? My own family can barely get by as it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got other matters to attend to. And that's the first bit of truth I've heard all day. The Shogun's army told me that I was unworthy of my vision. And they said I was slacking off in my work. Apparently, I'd even disappointed the Raiden Shogun. And that's why they confiscated my vision.
Well, that's strange. You were helping enforce the Vision Hunt Decree. Why would you be unworthy of your vision?
Hi. Hi, Mimi Luna. Lunala. Mimi Lunala. Hello. Welcome, welcome. As you can see, I'm just playing some Genshin Impact. Already tried pulling for Yoimiya, but I got Chi-Chi instead. But that's just how it goes sometimes.
To be perfectly honest, I don't seem to remember the details. All I know is that I would perform certain things every month. But I don't recall what they were. And it's not just that. I have this unsettling feeling, like someone owes me something.
Does it have to do with the missing emergency provisions?
I didn't take any. Like I said, if I was taking them for myself, I wouldn't be going through such hard times right now. To top it all off, my house was just raided by treasure hoarders, which is why I came here in the first place. I was chasing after them when I got held up by these two.
I just got up after napping from my headache. Oh, you had a headache? Ah, sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's better now.
If you don't believe me, go find the treasure hoarders yourself. If there were any emergency provisions to be had, they would have found them.
Huh. He seems to be telling the truth. But we better confirm. Let's go round up those treasure hoarders and see what they have to say. We should be able to follow their tracks. They couldn't have gone too far.
Okay, so in this game, whenever you end up rounding up treasure hoarders, it's just gonna be a fight. We're just gonna end up fighting them. They probably just stole all the provisions. I feel much better now, thankfully. Had plenty of water as well. Oh, that's really good. Water does help for headaches. Headaches are usually just caused by being dehydrated. Speaking of that, I should really refill my drink soon. I ran out of it like an hour ago. Okay. Well, let's see. We'll do this
We really
first.
outdid ourselves this time. All those samurai houses packed with goods. We really hit the jackpot. I mean, besides that one house.
You haven't seen anything yet. There'll be a lot more where this came from. Today's just the beginning. I'll be leading you all on an epic journey of pillage and plunder that will go down in hoarder history. You demand, boss.
These seem like the treasure hoarders we're after. Let's teach them a lesson.
Yeah, I did not need my divination magic to see it would come to this.
Fry! Picked.
Aw, there goes all the Mora. We worked hard to steal that, you know? Come on, boss. Think of something.
Not bad, kid. You ever think of joining the treasure hoarders? We could use someone like you. Kurosawa. Oh, I remember. So he's the one who sent you after us, huh? Just our luck. I knew he shouldn't have hit that place.
So what did you see inside? Was it stuffed with food supplies?
Food supplies? You kidding? That place was a complete mess. All we found was a strange-looking box, hopefully with valuables inside. I didn't want anyone else to see it, so I was planning on opening it myself once we got back. But now that you've caught us, how about we make a deal? That little box for our freedom. What do you say?
You've got a deal. Now show us what's in the box.
Huh? What the? There's nothing in here but IOUs!
Yeah, a lot of them too. And they all seem to be made out to the owner of a general goods store, a Miss Aoi. We're talking tons of Mora here. We better talk to this Miss Aoi and get to the bottom of this. As for you guys, you're free to go. Just pray that our paths don't cross again.
Yes, of course. So, we redeemed ourselves for some IOUs. Does that mean we broke even? Shut it. Let's just get out of here.
Well then.
We're way behind schedule.
I'd better heal Ganyu. Okay, 1346. That's a lot more healing than it was before. Just when it was 505. I haven't played this game in forever. I used to play it on PS4, but I'm waiting for my new PC. Super bummed when I found out PS4 doesn't have cross progression. Oh yeah, the lack of cross progression is... Yeah, I've heard that's really sucky. I've never played it on PS4, so it doesn't affect me, but like it just sounds like such a bad feeling. Like especially for a gacha game where you rolled
We're
for
way behind schedule.
characters and spent so much time building them up stronger. Yeah, it's just not being able to carry that progression over is really not fun. They said they didn't have any plans to implement it either, right?
Welcome to Tsukumomono Groceries. We've got everything you need. Can I help you find something?
I don't actually know anything about that. Like, I have not heard one way or the other. You'd have to look that up on your own. Yeah, I rolled Kushing on PS4, so that's so sad. Oh, yeah, I think I saw you talking about that on Discord, but I forget which Discord server that was in. Oh well. If you could remind me, that would help a bit.
Or perhaps there's something you want to inquire about?
About these IOUs.
Ah, so you're friends of Kurosawa, I take it? Perhaps you're here to pay off his debts.
Whoa! Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're just here to learn where they all came from.
Yeah, that seems like Paimon whenever someone suggests her forking over money.
How did Kurosawa end up owing you so much money? Did he buy anything super expensive here?
Let me think. Kurosawa would come regularly to purchase large quantities of foodstuffs. He'd always put the payment on his own account. However, the price of provisions began to skyrocket recently, and his salary was no longer enough to cover the cost. So, he started writing out IOUs to cover whatever he couldn't afford of the usual amount.
I believe I mentioned it on Hamu's stream, but I can't remember if I said it on any Discord. Oh, if it was in Hamu's stream. Yeah, that makes more sense. 'Cause I hang out in Hamu's streams. Hamu is great. Hamu's very great. She's the one I'm gonna get to rig my model. She's already agreed to do it once she's done with her other projects. Because she needs to finish up Arya's model and her own model. And then she can do mine.
So that's how he was provisions. But why did he have to purchase a usual amount? If the prices increased, couldn't he just buy less?
Well, if you think about it, the citizens receiving the emergency provisions must have been carefully calculating how much they needed to sustain them each time. Kurosawa thought that it would be quite the disappointment for them if they found they didn't have enough, especially after such long and careful planning.
Oh, that's super cool. Can't wait to see it. Yeah, I'm excited. It'll probably be a couple months, but you know, I don't mind the wait. Like, the art for my model took 6 months to finish, a little over that actually, so I can wait a bit longer. Another 2, maybe even 3 months isn't even that much to me at this point. Like, especially since I'm already streaming just as a PNG tuber. Like, I'm not really in a rush. Because the more time I have until it's finished, the more time I have to prepare everything else and, you know, get a bunch of people hyped up for my debut. It'll be great. Well, I suppose it's my second debut, but it's debuting as a model, my Live 2D model, so whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
So he deemed it necessary to take on the debt rather than let the people down.
Wow. Kurosawa was purchasing all the emergency provisions at his own expense. And no one ever appreciated what he did. They just complained and held him accountable.
People's attitudes will always reflect their circumstances. In the face of hardship, nobody cares to think twice. If you ask me, had Kurosawa told everyone the truth about the supplies from the start, then there wouldn't be such a severe backlash now. Of course, I'm sure there would still have been some unrest. What he was doing was truly a thankless deed. As for why he chose to spend his own money on emergency provisions and never tell anyone, I'm still not too clear myself. If you're still curious, why don't you go ask him yourself?
Unfortunately, he doesn't remember.
I see. That reminds me, it seems that his vision was recently confiscated. Most unfortunate. If he doesn't clear the debt on his name, he'll have no choice but to sell that sword that is so dear to him.
Sword? What sword?
Oh, didn't he tell you? He possesses a very valuable blade. He's carried it for years now. I've asked him about its origins. He told me that it was a gift from his father, that it was too precious to sell. In hindsight, I regret that I never made an offer on it. Everything has its price, at least that's what I think. Why don't you ask him about the sword yourself? Perhaps it'll even provide you with the answers you're looking for. Oh, but before you go, if you would kindly settle today's bill.
But we didn't buy anything.
Information is also a kind of commodity, wouldn't you agree? Don't worry, I won't charge much for information about Kurosawa. Nothing we ever discussed was explicitly confidential anyway. Oh, let me think. 2,000 mora should be a fair price.
Fair enough.
At least we now know where the emergency provisions are coming from. Plus, we found out that Kurosawa has a priceless sword in his possession. Let's go talk to Kurosawa again and see if he can remember anything.
Okay, now I'm gonna go take a little break, refill my drink, maybe get a snack. So I'll just be a bit. Won't be too long. and I will see you all in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back, everyone. Got a little snack, refilled my drink. I'm good to go. I even turned my fan on because it's getting hot in here. Though I might have to turn it off soon. The air blowing will really dry out my eyes and mouth. Which is pretty much the exact opposite of what I need when I'm streaming. I need moist eyes and a moist mouth. So I can keep looking at my screen and talking.
What are you doing here all by yourself? Where did those other two go?
I presented them with a choice. Either they left or I drew my sword. They left. It turned out to be a real time saver, actually. Perhaps I should start using it more often. Did you manage to track down the treasure hoarders? Everything I said was true, right?
That just about sums it up. It turns out that you really were distributing emergency provisions, but they were all purchased at your own expense.
Strange. Is that really the kind of person I was? I don't really have any such recollection. Even after all you've told me, I still don't remember anything. Why was I purchasing emergency provisions for everyone? And why would I put myself in such a difficult situation? I really don't understand. But I cannot deny that when I brandished my sword to scare those two away, I could sense that my body was somehow reluctant to do so.
You know, this guy really sounds a lot like Dante Bosco. He just sounds like Dante Bosco to me. I don't know if anyone else is hearing that. I don't know if anyone else here even knows who Dante Bosco is, but he just sounds like Dante Bosco. Okay, the sword. Mind if we have a look?
This sword was once wielded by my father. I remember once when I was young, I wanted to sneak out with the blade and show it off to the kids next door. My father ended up catching me in the act and scolded me severely. What did he say? I can't seem to remember that either. It would seem that I forgot many important things when my vision was taken from me. So many memories gone. Forever. No matter how hard I try to remember, all I can remember now is my father telling me that this blade bore his life's creed. Before he passed away, he placed the sword in my hands and said to me, "With this sword, you should..."
Hey, if you look carefully, there seems to be some words engraved on the hilt. Can you recognize the words?
The words are virtue and justice.
Virtue and justice? Somehow those two words seem to explain everything now. Taking on seemingly endless debts to make others happy. I guess that must have been my greatest ambition after all. But what use are virtue and justice? I purchased the provisions for those in need. And look how things ended up. The Tenryo Commission seized my vision. And the very people I was so desperately trying to help refused to understand me. And the irony of all of it is, I somehow still felt sorry when threatening them with my blade. I'm incapable of being a good person, yet I'm equally unable to be bad. I don't know what to do with myself.
Yet another troubled soul. When we get the chance, let's speak to Toma about Kurosawa's debt. The Yashiro Commission would surely help cover his expenses. In any case, we must never let him sell off that sword.
losing a vision is no trifling matter.
Yeah. Seems like losing all ambition is a terrible experience. Fortunately for us, you don't have a vision. Let's go find the next poor soul.
Alright. Oh, it's actually someone close by this time.
The third person who had their vision taken is supposed to be a famous sword master around these parts. Paimon heard that he's the present-day master of Meikyo Shisui art. Sounds pretty impressive. This is his dojo. Luckily, there's some people around. Let's go talk to them.
Nanako, don't worry. Sensei will be fine. Those thugs that challenged the dojo were strong, but he fought them all off in the end, didn't he?
Maybe, but I'm still worried about him. Things have gotten dangerous before in the past, but it's never shaken him. This time, though...
It's just because he's been possessed, that's all. Once the exorcism has taken place, he'll be right as rain in no time.
Hey there! Did something happen?
Who are you? Don't care whether you're trespassers or just here to harass us while Sensei is impaired. Get out of here immediately! Don't make me draw my blade, or you won't live to regret it.
No! You got it so wrong. We just came here to...
We're here to become disciples.
Disciples?
Yep. We've heard all about the mighty master of Meikyo Shisui art. It's the whole reason we came all this way, to seek him out and ask him to train us. But then we got here and overheard you talking about how he got possessed or something?
From the way you're dressed, it doesn't look like you're from around here. Please, accept my apologies. We've had so many people trying to cause us trouble recently that we're on high alert. You haven't arrived at the best of times, I'm afraid. Sensei got possessed recently, and he's still recovering. He's not able to take on any new disciples for the time being.
I'm not going back until I can call him my sensei.
I see you are earnest in your pursuit. Okay, how about this? My fellow disciple Nanako and I will explain Sensei's situation to you in a little more detail. Then you can decide whether to stay or to leave. Sensei's name is Domo, a name I'm sure you've already heard. Though self-taught, he mastered the art of the sword to a high level. He then proceeded to defeat many other prominent sword masters, never losing a single fight. He once said that his goal was to become the best sword master in the world. And so, even while training us, he continued to hone his own art. His fervor truly inspired us, and we trained hard, determined to keep up with him. But then...
Not long ago, Sensei had his vision taken away. He hasn't been the same since. He says the strangest things over and over, and he refuses to let us train. Junya and I have discussed it, and we both think that he's been possessed by an evil spirit. So, we've asked the shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine to perform an exorcism. But if I'm honest, I still have my doubts over whether he'll completely recover.
The Grand Narukami Shrine? What's that?
You haven't heard of it? It's the largest shrine on Narukami Island. The head shrine maiden is reputed to have very close ties with the almighty shogun herself. Not that we'd have any means of involving the head shrine maiden, of course. But even one of the ordinary shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine would have clear power and authority to perform an exorcism. So don't worry, Nanako. Sensei is going to be just fine. The exorcism will take place this evening. You're both more than welcome to come and watch if you're interested.
So, losing your vision can cause possession? Guess we should come back this evening and see for ourselves.
Alright. Now we have to wait until night again. I guess we'll just be standing here for a while. Oh well. At least they actually do let you wait. It would be really weird if you just could not reset the time however you want.
Should we really be off work this early?
Shh. So you decided to come. It's a good thing you didn't arrive any earlier. You would have had to witness Sensei in one of his fits of madness.
Oh dear.
Just now, when Nanako was attending to him, she heard him whispering a few names to himself. When she asked him who the people were, he suddenly looked panic-stricken and pushed her away. It looked like he was in great distress. He was covering his ears and looking frantically around him with bloodshot eyes. All the while he kept calling those names. Some of them we knew, others we didn't recognize. But they all seemed to be the names of sword masters he had defeated in the past. One of them was Anzai. He used to be a fellow disciple of Sensei's. His senior, in fact. But Sensei defeated him in a duel many years ago, and he has been a wanderer ever since. Sensei wouldn't stop calling his name. Thankfully, the shrine maidens managed to subdue him, so the exorcism can finally continue. The ritual has now begun. All we can do is patiently await the result. Here's hoping Sensei will be back to his normal self very soon. Please, excuse me for a moment while I fetch some water. If he wakes up, he is sure to be thirsty.
Huh? Who's that sneaking around? Uh-oh. Could they be here to mess up the exorcism? We won't let them get away with it. Come on, let's go after them.
Alright, I guess we'll go chase down the creepy old man who's spying on everything. Shinies? No. No more shinies.
Seems they aren't here. Should we keep going further up? Is this definitely the right place? Let's look a little further up. Aha! Suspicious person sighted! That's gotta be him!
How did you catch up with me so quickly? Are you sure you're Domon's disciples? You move even quicker than he does. Unless... I guess it's been a few years. Maybe his skills have improved again.
Excuse me? We're the ones asking the questions here. First off, who are you? And what are you doing sneaking around these parts? You seem like bad news, mister.
Wow, Paimon's really just calling him out like that. Well, that is what Paimon does best. Call people out on their bullshit.
Bad news? I'll have you know I trained side by side with Domon back in the day. Long before you ever showed up. I don't care to talk about that time anymore. But if you must know, I am Domon's senior.
His senior? Wait, that means you must be...
Anzai? Yes, that's me. Because I don't wish to see Domon or anyone else associated with him ever again. When we were young, we trained under the same sword master, studying Make-Yoshi Sui art together. I had begun training 5 years before him, and everyone looked up to me as a steady and dependable older disciple. Practitioners of Make-Yoshi Sui art seek to achieve stillness of mind,
freedom from all agitation. So the majority of disciples are indifferent to rank and reward. I was no exception. But Domon was different. The first thing he did when he joined was go straight to our sensei and ask him, with a beaming smile on his face, how to become the best in the world. Sensei scolded him and told him that the art of the sword should not be used for such vain ends. Sensei said that coveting the title of the best sword master, barely days into his training, showed that he had a fickle mind, and that this would impede him from ever mastering the blade. I thought so too at the time, but Domon began making swift progress in his training, and even started catching up with me. Only then did I realize that it was Domon who had long since freed his mind from all agitation. He was consumed by his singular desire to become the best in the world. He sought nothing less than perfection in the art of the sword, and nothing could deter him from this goal, no matter what stood in his way.
Sure sounds like he meant business. So how come you don't want to ever see him again?
Because until he arrived, I was convinced that I would succeed our sensei as the master of Meikyo Shisui art. Of all the disciples, I was the most gifted. I had trained the longest. Everyone had high expectations from me. Domon's arrival changed everything. When we sparred, I lost not just the match, but my pride and my status too. I fled the dojo that day and never looked back. Later, I heard that he sparred with Sensei too. Sensei was advanced in years by then, and unfortunately that match used up every last ounce of energy in his body. After that, I wanted nothing further to do with him. Deep down, though, I still respected his mastery of the blade and his commitment to the art of the sword. So, when I heard rumors that he had lost his mind, my first reaction was to dismiss them as false. How could he, of all people, have lost his mind? His mind was the sharpest of them all. He had practiced Meikyo Shisui art to perfection. I decided to quietly come and see if it were true. Then, to my complete astonishment, I heard him call my name. I thought mine was a name he had long since forgotten. So you see, I came here not to cause him any harm. I just wanted to see for myself. Okay, you've heard my story. You should get back now. The exorcism is probably finishing.
Seems like we got it wrong this time. He wasn't here to mess up the exorcism at all. Still, Paimon's not sure we should bring him back with us. Let's go see how the exorcism's coming along.
Alright, we'll just hop right down here. Easy peasy.
What? You're saying he isn't possessed? Does that mean that he's just lost his mind? But how is that possible? No, I refuse to believe it. Something's clearly wrong.
Nanako, please. Try not to get agitated.
I am sorry. With what powers I have, I can find no sign of any malignant spirit having possessed Domon. But spirits may take a myriad of forms in this world, many of which I cannot claim to have witnessed myself. Thus, I dare not rule out possession with complete certainty. And all is certainly not lost, for I received word not long ago that Lady Yai has taken an interest in your sensei's case.
Lady Yai? Is that the same Lady Yai that I think you mean?
The head shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine? That's wonderful news! Then Sensei will be sure to recover.
Correct. Lady Yai is most knowledgeable indeed, and has abundant experience in the exorcism of evil spirits and aversion of great calamities. I am unable to say for certain whether an evil spirit has possessed your sensei, but Lady Yai can give a conclusive verdict.
Excuse me, Miss Inagi. But I must ask, should we prepare a greeting gift for Lady Ai?
That won't be necessary. All that is required of you is your timely arrival at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Lady Yai does not like to be kept waiting. I must leave now, but we will meet soon at the shrine. I wish Domon a full and speedy recovery.
Who'd have thought Lady Yai herself would have taken notice of our sensei's case?
Do you mean to say that Sensei isn't renowned enough to deserve Lady Yai's attention?
No, that's not what I meant at all. You misunderstand me. I just mean this is Lady Yai, the head shrine maiden. She has direct and close contact with the almighty Shogun herself. Anyway, you should join us too, tomorrow. Given that you've traveled all this way just to meet our sensei, we, the disciples of Meikyo Shisui Art, will do our best to help you.
Sure! After all, everyone seems pretty excited about Lady Yai. We're curious to meet her too. Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to find out a thing or two about the Raiden children from her.
Alright, sounds like we'll be getting to meet a cute girl soon. That's what we're here for. So, we just have to go over to this shrine, which is way over there. Alright. Well, it's wild how they don't mention their weird outfits for that time or era. I mean, you get a lot of comments on the traveler's clothes. But so that they can't include it in every conversation or it would just get too tiresome. But you know, it still does get mentioned quite a bit. Oh, there's a Sealy down there in the middle of the water. Huh. Well, might as well go see what it wants.
Next on the agenda.
Oh, it's moving. It's going over to this thing. Alright, now I just need to find 2 more. Actually, there's a trick you can do. If you find one of these things but can't find the Sealy, you use your elemental sight and it'll show you which direction to go in. So it's off this way. Somewhere. Ah, there it is. Went right past it. It's over in this cliff thingy. Yeah. Hello. Oh, and we've got an electro puzzle over here. Okay, we're gonna move that and then get back on the Wave Rider. Keep it moving. Yep. Okay, there we go. Then, last one is over that way. Oh, it's the one that went in that electro barrier from earlier. I still can't figure out how to get it inside that one. Like, I don't know what leveling up your Electrograna means, or not having a high enough level Electrograna. It's really weird. Because this is the first time I'm encountering this. Before it was just like, oh, you get an Electrograna and you go in. I don't... But now it's like, grab the thingy and then... Your Electrogranum level is insufficient to pass through this thunder barrier. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with this floaty stuff. Nope, still no. I will just suffer.
You're in for a little shock. You're in for a little shock. Come a little closer. You're in for a little shock.
It's not like I can do anything to this. And I can't find any other Electrogranums nearby.
Come a little closer.
Well... maybe? Stop it. Okay, this water is really shallow. You get stuck on so many things here. Yep. Back up. Maybe I need this one? No, this one can't even be activated. So weird. Oh well. We'll just make our way to the quest location. Find Lady Yai.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Okay, a bunch of ice enemies. Good thing I have Yanfei. Ouch.
Focus.
Oh, that melts it really fast. Gosh, but why are there so many? Oh, there's so many. Ouchie. Stop interrupting my charged attacks. I just want to kill you. Okay, okay. done. Now we can get this chest. And it's just a common chest. Not even exquisite, just common.
Wheel of life.
Oh, I can... Okay, cool. Yanfei's charged attack counts as an explosion. So I can mine with her. Cool. So does her skill. That's very helpful. Now we'll heal her. And heal Ganyu.
Next on the agenda.
Slowly make our way over to the place. Oh, did I stumble onto a new quest? Probably. There's a lot of stuff to do here. And there's an electroculus below. Did I miss it? Oh, there's a gate. I guess you have to open it. Wait, can I open it from this side? No, I need a rusty key.
We're way behind schedule.
Gosh. If only Hamu was here. Hamu has, like, hundreds of rusty keys lying around from her chat redeems. Got a beetle, though. Alright. Got a little chest again. This is nice. Okay. I don't actually know which path I should go. Yeah, I don't really see a clear path. I guess I go over this way? Yeah, let's try going this way. Then if we go up here, this will probably take us where we need to go. Oh?
Next on the agenda.
There's an electroculus up there. I should grab that. And there's a beetle. Nice. And a Zippy Zappy Zoo. Up. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. There's a beetle. A beetle. I have no idea what I'm gonna need these beetles for. But... No. That's not what I meant. Well, while I'm here, I might as well bully these guys.
It's my lucky day.
Cheap tricks.
Next on the agenda.
please stop doing that. I really don't like when you do that. Like, I know I'm the one who picked a fight with you, but please stop hurting me.
Cut down. Like this.
Alright, that was fine. Everything's fine.
No touching.
Pots are broken. Chest is looted. Beetle is obtained. Zippy Zappy Zoo has been zooped. Everything's going well. Everything except my gacha luck, but we don't talk about that. Okay, so I guess this is... stop that! Like, just... Wait, is Sakura Bloom? Whoa. Okay, now what? I guess I go this way? Okay, yeah, seems like that was the right way to go. There's a little kid.
Next on the agenda.
Viewpoint. Nice. Very pretty. And teleport waypoint, so I don't have to do that again to get up here. Awesome. Got a little water scoopy place. Merchant? What are you doing? Drawing fortune slips. Slips several times. They either read curse or great curse. Alas, what an awful day. Can no longer sail out for business. Oh. Not fun. Is it because my luck can't get better after I witnessed that event? No, no way, I can't give up now. No matter how many times it takes, I will get a good slip before I leave. What event are you referring to? It's something that happened after the Vision Decree came out. Someone bit off more than he could chew by challenging the Vision Hunt Decree enforcers. From the Tenryo Commission to a duel before the throne. Oh yeah, I think we heard about this guy. He was annihilated. He was utterly murdered. Oh, dear. Okay, well... we finally reached where we need to be. That didn't take too long.
Do you think that's Lady Yai? Oh, no wonder Junya was so excited. She has a really striking presence. Also, is it just Paimon? Or did she look right at us just now?
Alright, yep. We met a pretty girl this time. Yep. Finally.
It was probably nothing. It's not like she's ever seen us before.
Keep away. Keep away from me. I gave up the art of the sword. Please, let me go, I beg you.
As you can see, Lady Yai, Domon has persisted in this state for some time now, He appears to see those who have lost to him in duels past, gathered all around him to persecute him.
Lady Ai, it must be a possession, right? This is nothing like him at all. In the past, no matter what came his way, he would always face it with a confident smile.
I'm sorry. It is clear to me that your sensei is not possessed by any evil spirit.
But then does that mean he...
Yes. This is a change in the person himself. Unable to cope with the tremendous pressure he was under, he suffered a spiritual collapse. With his wits impaired, he finally descended into madness.
Oh no.
As one who is thrown into the sea, though he fights back desperately against his predicament, it does nothing to prevent his descent into the depths. As for what has triggered this change, I believe it must be the loss of his vision. For to be stripped of one's vision is to be stripped of one's ambition.
Stripped of his ambition? But Lady Ai, even without his ambition, why should he suffer such a dramatic change? How does that explain his descent into madness?
Your school practices Meikyo Shisui art, does it not? Stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. What a fine notion that would be if any in this world could ever hope to achieve it. There was once one who claimed to be indifferent to rank and reward, and who fled enraged when defeated by his junior. And then there was an aged swordmaster who was aggrieved enough that he crossed blades with a disciple he himself had taught. Then, what of the one who crossed blades with his own sensei and beloved fellow disciple, and defeated them both? Can one truly remain unagitated, of still mind in moments such as these?
Lady Ai, I'm not sure I understand.
The path of the swordmaster is filled with twists and turns. It is no small undertaking to pursue the position of greatest swordmaster in the world. It requires one to take their sword firmly in both hands and cut down the hopes and dreams of others, even those of one's closest companions. Only a deep commitment to his ambition to become the best made it possible for him to rise above the pain of these encounters, to focus on the way ahead. When that ambition disappeared, he began to doubt himself. As he battled his growing anxiety, he slowly descended into the state you see him in now. Much like a certain fatally flawed friend of mine.
Poor sensei. To think he's been suffering so greatly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Father, Sensei, Ansai.
That's enough.
Huh? Isn't that Ansai? Where did he come from? Did he follow us the whole way here?
Ansai, why are there two of you? Is that you or a ghost? You're here for revenge, aren't you? I knew it would come. I never should have.
You're right to assume that my feelings towards you are far from kindly. But I didn't come here to settle a score. It's been so long now that I made peace with it years ago. You did nothing wrong that day. I couldn't face the humiliation. That's why I ran. I don't think most of the people you beat along the way would hold it against you. On the contrary, when you cut our ambitions short, we entrusted them to you, in the hopes that they might carry you further. Now I know that we can't place our hopes in you any longer, since you've been stripped of your ambitions too. But that is no reason to strip them of theirs. Follow the way of the sword all the way to the highest peak. You taught them that, didn't you?
But what if one day, the same thing happens to them? I put everything I had into trying to become the best. But what if it was all a huge mistake right from the start? If there's a chance they'll end up like me one day, I'd rather they stay where they are now than go any further down this path.
Have you asked them what they think?
Sensei, after you rescued me from the hands of the pirates, I told myself I would follow in your footsteps for the rest of my days. I can't know whether I will suffer in my future as you do now. All I know is that here and now, in the present, I wish to continue. I want to keep going until the day that I can stand before everyone with my head held high and announce that I, like my sensei Domon before me, am a master of Meikyo Shisui art.
Nanako's far from the only one. Actually, all of us think that way.
Goodness. Well,
You see? You can place the ambition you once had in their hands. Being stripped of your ambition is something that's never happened to me, so I can't claim to understand it. But I do know what it feels like to have your ambitions crushed. That's what happened on the day that you so effortlessly defeated me. So, just as I once placed my ambitions onto you, it is time for you to release yours into their custody. You are not in the same position that I was. When I left, I had nothing to my name. But you have a great number of worthy disciples.
I understand. I'm sorry to have made you worry for me, and for the state of Meikyo Shisui art. I no longer have the resolve to become the best in the world. The emptiness and suffering inside of me will not abate, so I cannot hope to still my mind and be free of agitation. But as your sensei, I shall commit to imparting unto you everything I have learned in my life so far. This is my promise. And I humbly ask Anzai, my senior, to hold me to my word.
You can count on that. I'd be checking in on you occasionally anyway, just to make sure you hadn't lost your mind again. But I am now used to the life of a wanderer. I do not belong in the dojo anymore, so I will simply stop by once in a while to make sure you aren't cutting any corners with them. Well, don't just stand there staring at me. Say thank you to Lady Yai and then get yourself back home.
So even though his ambition was taken away, his disciples can take it over on his behalf. Guess that sort of solves this one, huh?
Yes, it seems as good of a resolution as we can hope for. Yeah, there's a lot that happened right there. Like, I'm not really sure what to say about it. It was just a lot. Well, maybe because I'm not a fighter. Oh, these martial arts traditionalists are like way outside of my wheelhouse.
Traveler, a moment, please. Lady Yai has some words for you.
Oh, good. Now we get to talk to the cute girl.
So, my intuition was correct. The wind that blows from afar carries fresh life to these shores. For us to meet now is premature. Nevertheless, you set foot on these islands at precisely the right moment. I have high hopes for you, child. Don't disappoint me.
Ooh, Lady Yai seems to have taken a real interest in you. She seems super mysterious. Paimon's so curious what she really meant by all that. We can come back to it another time. For now, we should go report back to Miss Kamisato.
Alright then. Is there another electroculus up here? On top of the thing? Yes, there is. Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna climb this tree. Wait, did I pass something? Sacred Sakura? Huh. Okay, so we feed electro sigils to this. And then we get stuff. Cool. Oh. Is this the thing I need to level up to get through that one barrier? It probably is. So I just need to keep leveling up the Sakura tree. And then I'll get higher leveled Electrograna stuff. So I can go through more thingies. Okay, that makes sense.
Life goes on.
Alright. Okay, but what I wanted to do was climb this so I could get on the roof. Okay, no, no, climb, climb. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Bird eggs. Birds really will just put nests anywhere. Okay, well, let's go get this.
Wheel of life.
Okay. Okay. Back to Lady Kamisato. I could just teleport down there, but I'll take the scenic route. What's this over here? It's a thingy. It's a zippy zappy zoo. Where did it go? There it is. There's the zippy zappy zoo. I messed it up. Oh well. It's fine. I'll come back for it at some point. Oh, we got another exploding barrel challenge? Or, no, this is something else. Oh, I need to zippy zappy. I need to... no, no, that's not it. Okay, we'll come back for that too later. I'm just gonna be a cat and pretend this is what I meant to do the whole time. Totally what I meant to do.
Oh, Ayaka! Guess who fulfilled all your wishes? Huh? Ayaka! Huh?
Huh? Traveler, Paimon. It is a pleasure to finally meet you both face to face.
Oh yeah, Ayaka is also very cute. Like, cuter than Yai, I'd say. But that's a matter of opinion.
I have heard all about how you helped our three friends. My sincerest thanks to you.
The damage done by losing a vision can't be completely undone.
Yeah. Short of getting them their visions back, seems like there's no way to really help them. Ayaka, how come this time you get to come out and meet us in person?
Because now that you have done the three things I asked of you, I consider you to be my friends. As you will observe,
I dispensed the screen for Toma also.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. But isn't Toma your, servant? Paimon's happy to help and all, but Paimon sure as heck did not sign up to be a servant.
Oh. Paimon, you are most entertaining. Toma is first and foremost my friend, and was so before he ever became my attendant.
Oh, okay then. Ayaka, you seem pretty different out in the open compared to how you are behind the screen. Alright, we can be friends.
Friend request accepted. They're really just letting you be meta in a main quest. Okay, okay.
Thank you both kindly. Back to the matter at hand. You have now witnessed the pain of those deprived of their visions. What are your feelings on what you have seen?
I hope they can one day be free from their torment.
Perhaps in the eyes of a deity such as the almighty Shogun, the lives of those who inhabit the world are inconsequential. Thunders roar, lightnings flash, the winds assault, and the rains descent. All these things take place with no regard for the feelings of the common people. But I believe that surely you understand what they must endure. It seems that perhaps now you can appreciate my feelings on all of this. In which case, perhaps you would be willing to reconsider your stance?
I will help you fight the Vision Hunt decree.
You will? Really?
But you must keep the promise you made me.
Naturally.
Alright, bravo, my lady. You were right all along.
See? I told you she wouldn't reject them. I placed my trust in the right person after all. Now then, given that the remainder of our discussion pertains to matters of a more confidential nature, perhaps we could move to the Komori Tea House? We ought not to involve other members of the Yashiro Commission.
Well, here we are again.
Please continue without me. I'll keep watch.
So, what's the deal with this place anyway? What makes it your favorite meeting spot?
This is a land that was gifted to the Yashiro Commission by the Shogun. The Kamisato clan has the exclusive right to plan, build, and repair any property on this land, and even to allow or deny access. Such privileges exist due to the Yashiro Commission's role in managing ceremonial affairs. Oftentimes, it is not appropriate to discuss details in front of bystanders.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Gotta keep a bit of mystery, right?
Once the number of ceremonial affairs conducted in the city began to decline, our forebears built a tea house here. Only members of the Yashiro Commission are permitted to come and go as they please.
Makes sense. Perfect place for a secret base.
In any case, we can talk freely here. I presume you have a few questions that you wish to ask me?
What kind of god is the Raiden Shogun?
The almighty Shogun. I've seen her on but only a few occasions, most of them formal ceremonies. She inspires awe, commands respect, and exudes a sense of absolute authority. But as I recall, there was something else about her that struck me even more deeply. It was her almost complete lack of any emotion. In that sense, she appeared to me to be less of a ruler and more of, well, an executive official, I suppose, focused exclusively on her single goal of implementing eternity, acting accordingly without feeling.
Is no one else fighting the Vision Hunt decree?
The issue is this. For the vast majority of people, the Vision Hunt decree is something that has no implications whatsoever. After all, it is but a tiny minority of people who receive visions. Moreover, it is not unknown for visions to spark jealousy in others. Because of this, The attitude of most people towards the Vision Hunt decree is one of indifference.
How can they be like that? Paimon's getting mad.
Nevertheless,
She
in
angry.
addition to us, there is also the resistance on Watatsumi Island.
Resistance? You mean like an army fighting against the decree?
Yes. Many who have lost or fear losing their visions have rallied together under Sangonomiya on Watatsumi Island to form a resistance group. To say a little more about Sangonomiya, historically, there has always been some conflict between them and the shogunate of Narukami Island due to their different belief systems. But I do wonder whether there may be some other agenda behind their resistance movement, beyond merely fighting the Vision Hunt decree.
Have you raised a formal objection to the Vision Hunt decree?
Of course. We have tried on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, each time a proposal to repeal the decree arrives at Tenshukaku, it is promptly vetoed by both the Tenryou Commission and the Kanjo Commission, and subsequently scrapped. They invariably adopt a stance of unconditional support for the shogun's decisions. They have no interest in discussing anything. It almost makes one wonder whether they had a hand in the shogun's sudden decision to issue the Vision Hunt decree.
I have no further questions.
Ooh, Paimon has a question though.
Oh?
Of course she
What would
does.
you like to know, Paimon?
Have you got a plan yet to fight the Vision Hunt decree?
To be honest, we do not.
What?
Please, do not forget that challenging the Vision Hunt decree is tantamount to challenging a deity. Coming to terms with that is already a difficult step to take.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, for the moment, all we can do is try and reduce the harm that is being caused by this decree. For example, by providing vision bearers with safe refuge, or manufacturing counterfeit visions for them as a contingency measure.
You're telling Paimon that there are people out there who can make fake visions?
Don't underestimate the talents of the craftspeople in Hanamizaka. To the naked eye, their counterfeits are indistinguishable from the genuine article.
I kind of want one too.
The problem we are facing right now is that Master Masakatsu, who was providing us with counterfeit visions, has recently been arrested by the Tenryou Commission.
Uh-oh.
So they found out about it? Ugh.
Yes. We knew it was not a long-term solution, and that it was only a matter of time before it would be exposed. But we cannot simply abandon Master Masakatsu.
He has saved many others. It is only right that he should be saved too.
Exactly. I feel the same way. But given mine and Toma's identities as part of the Yashiro Commission, breaking him out of prison would risk dragging down the reputation of the entire Kamisato clan should we be caught. That would only serve to cast suspicion on any future activity we might seek to attempt.
So you're offloading that job to me, huh?
By no means do we intend to place the burden of such a task on your shoulders alone. When you are ready, go to Hanamizaka and look for a fireworks shop run by the Nagonohara family. There, you will find someone who can help you.
Oh, she's sending us to meet Yoimiya. We're gonna get to meet Yoimiya in the story because, well, she actually is in the story. But I didn't roll her, which is still sad. Oh, it's the doggo. Okay, so apparently the doggo is the owner of the tea house. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And there's Toma just standing around. Achievements. Do quests. Looks like there's something going on over there. Oh well, I'm actually getting pretty tired. I don't think I can keep up the streaming or even just gaming. So yeah, we'll just wind down here. Find someone to raid. Oh gosh. Boo. Just close that out for now. And we'll see who's online. I hope you all were able to just relax and have a nice time here with me. I know chat wasn't super active, but it was still nice getting a chance to say hi to some of you. And thank you all for coming. Let's see who's online. There should be a couple of people online, I know at least. Okay, that was Twitch homepage auto-playing something that I had to pause immediately. No worries about that. Let's see. Do-do-do. I see a couple people that I would like to raid. We could raid Momo again, or we could raid Issa again. Or we could raid someone new. Who knows? Anyone have suggestions? I am open to them. If not, I'll just pick someone on my own. Give it a couple minutes. Well, more like 1 minute. Hope you've all been well. Alright, well... yeah, I'll probably just raid Momo again. She is just really great. Raided during my debut and already raided her back once, but I feel like we would need a bit more to make up for that since it was so big. So yeah, she's collabing with her art parent, or her live 2D parent who made both the art and rigging for her model, so that should be pretty fun. They're both a lot more entertaining than me, but there might be some screams, so just to warn you ahead of time. Okay. I'm down for whatever. Yeah, we're just gonna go hit Momoka again. Mostly because I kinda wanna watch her too. And I don't wanna just raid someone else and then hop over to Momoka's stream. That would be kinda rude. So yeah, let's go.
Is there something?
Yep. Anyway, bye everyone. Oh, right, I have a raid message. No, we won't bother with that. Okay, well, bye-bye.